Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds and up with a $30,000 claiming price. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in the opener. Double pick 3 and start of the early pick 5 as well. A reminder that we are off the turf for race 4, and we are also off the turf for race 7. We remain on the turf for the featured ninth race feature, the lone race that remains on the turf today. Main track is listed fast, post time at 8 minutes for the opener.
Horses warming up on track for today's opener as we are 6 minutes out, focusing our attention on the number 5, Cantrell Hill, first off the claim for trainer Tom Amos. And when you look at this race, it's kind of difficult to figure out who might be the pace in this race. There are a lot of horses that like to stalk, and there are some horses that really like to close as well. So just watching this horse on track, his behavior, his warm-up today under jockey David Cohen as well, I think this horse will be the pace of the race, Scott, and maybe that'll help him kind of be competitive in a race like this. I know he's stepping up in class from $10,000 last time out, but number one, he looks good, and number two, I do think he could probably be the pace just judging by his behavior on track.
I absolutely agree with you on that, and I think that makes him a danger, and I think it's why we're seeing a shift in the price now as he's nearing favoritism, if he isn't already, because both he and the one Morning Social sit at 2-1. There's a look at Morning Social. He was 9-5 just a second ago. Now sitting at 2s for Tim Gleishaw. Just speaking to Tim, he said, I asked him why move this horse back over to the dirt. He says he needed class relief. They don't write claiming races on the turf here at Keeneland, and if he wanted to drop in on the turf, drop in class on the turf at Indiana Grand, he would have had to dropped into an optional claiming event. And he does not like the inside draw because he's a horse that wants to have a target. But he doesn't want to be shuffled back to last. So he's hopeful. Gleishaw is the trainer of the one that the Tom Amos horse, Cantrell Hill, the one that we were just looking at, goes out there and clears and gives him a target. So That's what Morning Social needs. He needs to break sharp, but not be on the lead because he didn't run all that well on the lead the last time they put him there. And so we'll see what he's able to do here this afternoon from this inside post. That's the biggest thing that he has to worry about, according to Tim Gleishaw.
Yeah, definitely. And the pace scenario just doesn't look to his favor today, but we'll see if he can overcome the race dynamics in the opener as we are 4 minutes out.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There's Morning Social from the inside. Here's Believe in Holidays from the outside. And Cantrell Hill is away running in third. Between that pair as they head to the first turn, Believe in Holidays outward from the rail has the early lead. Morning Social going to let the issue go and backs away into the second position around the turn. Cantrell Hill moves up now second around the outside of Morning Social. Urbanite moves up a close fourth, just 2 lengths off the lead, pressing the issue toward the outside. And then Maccabim, who's next to last, and Stock Deal, who is the trailer. Opening quarter went at 24.9 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Believe in Holidays is the leader. Believe in Holidays toward the inside leads at 3/4 of a length. Cantrell Hill is second 3/4 of a length. And then Urbanite third up on the outside. Morning Social's gotten shuffled back into fourth down toward the inside. Stock Deal looks for running room fifth between horses at the back along with Maccabim, who's toward the far outside. And Maccabim is now moving up a couple of positions up into fourth, but still nearly 4 lengths from the front. The first half mile was 49.47 seconds. Believe in Holidays, the leader to the far turn. Cantrell Hill, the closest threat between horses. Urbanite third, up on the far outside, a length and a half off the leader. Morning Social is next. Maccabim is still back there in the fifth position now, and they're midway on the far turn, coming to the quarter pole, and Stock Deal is last. Believe in Holidays, the leader at the quarter pole, but Cantrell Hill starts to draw alongside. In second 3/4 of a length, Urbanite is third. Morning Social fourth, top of the short stretch, and Maccabim, who's still fifth and still 7 from the front, coming toward the final furlong. Believe in Holiday, short lead. Cantrell Hill is trying to get past the leader from the outside. Morning Social has gone to third in deep stretch, and then Urbanite in fourth. Maccabim is fifth. Here's Cantrell Hill, a final run at Believe in Holidays. Believe in Holidays hangs on to win it by a head for Miguel Mena in the opener.
So it's Miguel Mena and Believe in Holidays taking the initiative away from the starting gate, and not the Amos horse, the number 5 horse, who was content to track off the pace, Cantrell Hill. And that turns out to be the difference in this short stretch finish at Guatemala 16th.
And Jackie, Miguel Mena hasn't had many meets during this meet, but what he has ridden, they have been superb rides. Congratulations to the connections here, and well done by Miguel Mena for being aggressive, taking the initiative, and taking the field gate to wire and the opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first. The 6 Believe in Holidays finished first. 5 Cantrell Hill was second. The 1 Morning Social third. And 4 Urbanite fourth. 6-5-1-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Believe in Holidays, owned by Emery Logan, Michael Thomas, Joseph Wider, and Jeff Allen. The trainer, Donald Habib, jockey Miguel Mena. Believe in Holidays, 6-year-old gelded son of Harlan's Holiday, out of I Believe in You by Pleasant Tap, bred in Kentucky by Samantha Siegel. 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.93 seconds. First race results official, 6-5-1-4. The official results for Keeneland's first race. Keeneland's second upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, started the early pick 4. Main track is listed fast. No changes in race 2. Third race, scratch the 1 perfect sense. Again, that's in the third race, scratch the 1 perfect sense. Fourth race, off the turf, 1.16 main track. That's the fourth race, off the turf, 1.16 main track. Scratch the 2 Thursday, scratch the 3 Cruella, scratch 7 Misspell, scratch 9 Lilac Lace, also the 10 Magnetism and the 11 Momentous Miss. Again, scratch the 2 Thursday, 3 Cruella, the 7 Misspell, the 9 Lilac Lace, the 10 Magnetism, and the 11 Momentous Miss. No super high 5 on that fourth event. And again, race 4 off the turf, 1.16 main track. Race 5, scratch the 6, Birdie Be Gone. It's race 5, scratch the 6, Birdie Be Gone. Main track is fast. A reminder as we look deeper into the card today, don't forget that race 7 comes off the turf. That 7th race will go 5.5 furlongs on the main track. A reminder that the featured 9th remains on the turf. Race 9, the featured 9th, is the lone race that remains on the turf listed good.
21 minutes away from race number 2. This race does start the early pick 4 for 50 cents, and these are 2-year-old fillies, non-winners of 2 lifetime, in for the $40,000 tag. Current favorite is Sunny Isle Beach for Kenneth Sarah Ramsey and Wesley Ward. No surprises there, but I'm going to look for the full horse as my top selection. More is More to get a better trip than the rest of these. This is a horse that's set just off the pace, going a mile at Churchill Downs. That one-turn mile was the favorite that day and broke through with that victory by 3/4 of a length. These horses down to the inside are going to have to be quick. It's all about trip, whether it's 2 turns or 1 turn. We saw that in the opener with Miguel Mena's aggressive ride from the outside. That determined a better trip than the rest, and that horse was able to go on. I think the same can be said here for More is More. I don't think that there's a lot of separation between these horses. They all very much fit this $40,000 level, so I'll go to the price of 8-1 on More is More to sit just off the pace and have something late, as we saw from her in her last race, in her last 2 races, in fact. She didn't run bad at Ellis Park when she ran for 30 on the turf course. Sunny Isle Beach is an obvious one at 6-5 because it's Wesley Ward, Ken and Sarah Ramsey, and she's taking a big drop down in class. And this is a filly by Jimmy Creed that was last seen in the Skidmore at Saratoga, beaten by stablemate Golden Pal. Golden Pal just worked out yesterday on the turf course for Wesley Ward here at Keeneland as he continues his preparations for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, a horse that went over to Royal Ascot and ran a big race this year. But nonetheless, this is a massive drop down in class for Sunny Isle Beach, and she did break her maiden on the dirt at Churchill Downs on debut. So it's easy to see why she's the favorite. I just wonder how quick she is away from the starting gate. And taking the blinkers off, what's the idea here? Perhaps we can uncover that in speaking to Wesley in just a few moments. And then finally, I'll go to the number 5 horse at 2-1. Bold Article for Saffie Joseph Jr., another one, Gabby, that should sit a good trip, off of that win for 30 at Churchill Downs. That was a quickly run race. We'll see if this extra half a furlong will be a good thing or a bad thing for this filly. I think that's the question for the daughter of Constitution. But looking for a price here at 7-1, 4-2-5 for me in race number 2.
I did land on the favorite here, the number 2, Sunny Isle Beach. And in fact, this filly was entered a few days ago on Wednesday, and she was scratched out of that race. It was the same type of race, a 40,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime, 6.5 furlong. So it is weird that she finds herself back in this spot and racing for trainer Wesley Ward. But, I like her. I think this is a good spot for her, but she doesn't need to win at 7-5. I thought, there were definitely some other options in here to go with. There are some question marks behind the 2 Sunny Isle Beach. Can she improve off of her debut effort? It was a 31 Beyer speed figure. She's going to have to improve in order to beat this crew here today. But that was a while ago. That was her first start in June, so she was really just getting going. I like the blinkers off move. I like the drop in class. And I like her as a horse. I'm just not crazy about the price at 7-5. Some alternatives, the 5 Bold Article. I thought she ran just fine last time out. To me, I don't think the added half furlong is going to be any bit of an issue, especially with that outside post position. I think it would be an issue if she drew an inside draw and Tyler Gaffalione had no other option but to go with her. But this post draw gives her some options. I think she could maybe press the pace or rate just off of it. And she was very game in Victory last time out. So you at least at this level like to see that tenacity and that they can be game coming down to the finish. The 1, Moonshine Dancing, will be the 3rd selection for Jason Barkley. This is a filly that did close from off of it, and she was posted to the outside last time out, so today she might have a tougher time getting an ideal trip under Ricardo Santana Jr. from that rail draw, but her race was just fine. She did have a perfect trip, though. We'll see if she can get that perfect trip once again today, going against winners at the $40,000 level, but I did use her in the mix. 6-5 on the 2, Sunny Isle Beach, the class dropper for trainer Wesley Ward. She is your heavy favorite, 16 minutes out from race 2.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. 2-year-old fillies with a $40,000 claiming price, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 2, double, pick 3, and early pick 4 wagering. A reminder, this is an all-main track early pick 4. Don't forget, early pick 4 players, that fourth race is off the turf, mile and a 16th main track. Fourth race off the turf, mile and a 16th main track, an all-main track early pick 4. Post time coming up in 8 minutes.
Horses warming up on track for the upcoming second race, and we'll start with the number 2 Sunny Isle Beach for trainer Wesley Ward, as she is the 7-5 favorite right now, and she looks fine to me. Scott, I think it's just a question of what are we going to see from her in terms of her running style. She closed from off of the pace in her debut. The blinkers are coming off after being on for the first 2 races, where she hasn't shown much early speed in either of those 2 races, so she might have to navigate a trip with the inside. It's kind of unfortunate that the 2 closers in this race are drawn with the 2 inside post positions. But the 5 Bold article, I want to just shift gears to this filly. She was making a really nice appearance on track. And Scott, what I like about her is her size and her strength. You can see her really rounded out in the hindquarters. She's got that size that I don't think will be any bit of an issue of tackling the 6.5 furlongs today.
She certainly is a nice looking filly from that second crop of Constitution, who had just a wonderful year with his first crop, led by Tiz the Law, who we saw out this morning bright and early. Actually, not bright. It was dark and early, 6 a.m., putting his first workout locally here at Keeneland as he prepares for the Breeders' Cup Classic. So, yeah, I would agree with you. She is a picture out there for Saffie Joseph Jr. and Shooting Star Thoroughbreds LLC. If we can go to the one-horse Moonshine Dancing, had a conversation with her trainer, Jason Barkley, who's had a nice meet here. He's looking for another victory. He's already backed two. This will be the final horse that he'll run here on the meet, and he said that he was pleased with the way that she ran on debut because she was always a filly who wanted to be out in front of horses when they would work her. So for her to come from off the pace was encouraging, and they always thought that she would be a forward-type filly based on pedigree, based on build. They were looking for a precocious 2-year-old, and they got one. So she looks well out there. She's really come to life since coming over to the paddock. She was very even on the other side, but you can see she's perked up as most of these runners typically do. 3-1, not a bad price on a horse, but it's that inside draw factor. What can she do to work out a trip to win from there, which is not easy to do out of the chute?
Yeah, sometimes it just takes race experience to be able to break a little bit sharper in their second start. So if Jason thought that she possesses natural early speed, we could see her break a little bit sharper here today under Ricardo Santana Jr., but she does look excellent on track, a very commanding walk, and we've seen the progeny of Speightster. They've been very precocious as of late. One final horse I want to check in with, the 4, More is More for trainer Stanley Huff. She's a very petite-looking filly. You can see her kind of in comparison to the rest of the field, even the pony that's walking her around on track. I do like the cutback in distance for her, though. I thought, maybe a mile is at her max, and she, in fact, won that race last time out. So maybe the cutback in distance will help her improve today, but she's going to have to improve in order to be a factor in this upcoming second race. 6-5 on the board. The 2, Sunny Isle, your favorite, 3 minutes out from the second.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race. Start of the all-main track, early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Moonshine Dancing was off step slowly. There's Sunny Isle Beach from the inside. Here's Golden Grant between horses. Some would say kicks in past both of them. Some would say moves up on the far outside. Has the early lead now by a length and a half as they head up the backstretch. Bold Article going to move up in the center of the track into second. Golden Grant third. Sunny Isle Beach is fourth down toward the inside. More is fifth. Break of three more back of that one to Moonshine Dancing, who's last as they head for the far turn. Up front, it is Some Would Say, shows the way. Opening quarter went to 23.49 seconds. Some Would Say, Bold Article a half length away in second. The top two work their way around the far turn. Another length and a half then. Back to Sunny Isle Beach, third ahead. Golden Grant is fourth between horses. More is more fifth on the outside. Break of six more back to Moonshine Dancing to the top of the stretch. Bold Article and Some Would Say going at it. Sunny Isle Beach now starts to move up to their outside. Golden Grant is out in the center of the track, but still fourth. Sunny Isle Beach striding forward to challenge Bold Article. And Some Would Say, who backs up to third toward the inside as Sunny Isle Beach has taken the lead into the final furlong. Golden Grant is running on toward second on the outside. Golden Grant still trying. Sunny Isle Beach in front, though. Sunny Isle Beach, Gerardo Corrales to win it. Golden Grant was second. Bold Article settled for third. And then further back, it was Some Would Say, who was across the line in fourth. Moonshine Dancing in fifth.
Big class relief for this winner, Sunny Isle Beach, off of that stakes try in the Skidmore at Saratoga. Had the target out in front of her, Some Would Say, who made the lead. And again, we see a closing kick from this daughter of Jimmy Creed on the dirt course to go on to victory.
Yeah, I've been so impressed by Gerardo Corrales and the rides that he's been giving these horses so far during the fall meet. And he put this filly in a perfect position, rated nicely behind horses, saved ground, and angled out when appropriate, and having the horse underneath of him to get him to the wire as well. The two, Sunny Isle Beach holds off the late rally of the three, Golden Grant in the second.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 2, Sunny Isle Beach finished first. 3, Golden Grant was second. 5, Bold Article third. 6, Some Would Say fourth. 2, 3, 5, 6, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 2-3-5-6, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's second race, 2, Sunny Isle Beach, owned by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey, trained by Wesley Ward. Gerardo Corrales, the winning jockey. Sunny Isle Beach, a 2-year-old filly by Jimmy Creed, out of Catherine's Kitten by Kitten's Joy, bred in Kentucky by Dixiana Farms LLC, and Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 19.01 seconds. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $60,348. Scratch the 1 perfect cents. Number 1 perfect cents is a scratch. Fourth race comes off the turf, mile and a 16th main track. That's the fourth race off the turf, mile and a 16th main track. Scratch the 2 Thursday. Scratch 3 Cruella. Scratch 7 Misspell. Also scratch the 9 Lilac Lace, the 10 Magnetism, and the 11 Momentous Miss. Again, scratch the 2 Thursday, the 3 Cruella, the 7 Misspell, the 9 Lilac Lace, the 10 Magnetism, and the 11 Momentous Miss. No Super High 5 on that fourth race. Race 5, scratch the 6, Birdie Be Gone. Race 5, scratch the 6, Birdie Be Gone.
Race 3 is coming up next year at Keeneland, 19 minutes away from this maiden $40,000 claiming event, 7 furlongs on the main track. Scratch the 1, Perfect Sense in here. The 2, Soviet, is opening up as your 6-5 favorite. No surprise there, really, considering the quality that he faced last time out in the drop in class. But I did go against him slightly. I thought that the 4 Eel Point was an interesting alternative here for training Rudy Brisset. He comes out of a race last time out where they stretched him out in distance, going a mile and a 16th. That was at the maiden $50,000 level. And unfortunately, he was just defeated by a horse that, too, was dropping in class and just went wire to wire in there, and Vasariano. That horse managed to make the lead, slow the pace down, and it seemed to be a bit of a merry-go-round race. So there was really nothing that Eel Point could do tactically. The second-place finisher in there, too, Patriots War, he would come back to step up in class and faced maiden special weight competition yesterday, and I thought he ran a good third. So overall, it was a good race last time out at the $50,000 level. He wasn't in the perfect type of pace scenario, and today he does drop in class and he cuts back in distance. I think all the right moves for the 4 Eel Point. The number 2 Soviet, with the scratch of the 1, he does draw the rail, but at this distance, I think he should be able to make the lead, much like he did last time out, and he drew post 6 of 8 in that last race. So he could have the upper hand with the rail post draw and Tyler Gaffleone in the irons. He could be the speed of the speed, and he comes out of a tough race last time out. Talk about, tough for the level. Well, that maiden $75,000 race did come up ultra tough, as Pit Boss was a class dropper in there for trainer Wayne Catalano, and he was definitely much the best in that race. So Soviet with the drop in class, speed from the rail looks pretty tough in here. The 3, Charlie Can Do, will be the third selection for me at 7-1. I just wanted to throw in a bit of a priced horse in the top 3 to try to beef up those exotics, whether you're playing the trifectas or the exactas. This horse is primarily sprinted on the turf, but I actually do like his race last time that he was on the dirt. I know it was a sloppy sealed track at Gulfstream Park, but it was probably a bit too short for him. It's 5 furlongs. Overall, it came up to be a pretty decent field. I think this horse has sneaky class, and at this distance on the main track, he very well could be forwardly placed as well, maybe getting a pressing trip on the 2 Soviet Union. So I think that's really what it's going to come down to, whether or not the 3 is fast enough to go with the 2 Soviet and keep him honest on the front end in the early stages of this race. So for me, it's going to be 4, 2, 3 as horses are getting saddled up. We're 16 minutes out from the third. Scott, who do you like in here?
I went to the 2-horse Soviet as my top play in here, coming out of that Pit Boss race that we've referenced several times before and will again. He was the pace setter in there, going 7 furlongs. I think a replication of that race on the drop down in class is going to be enough against this group, and that's why he sits at odds of 6-5 and has good speed to overcome that inside post. The number 4-horse Eel Point for Rudy Brisset, a gelding by Into Mischief, who will cut back in distance. I think that'll be a benefit for him, this Keeneland September sales graduate out of the first dam sweet test by a Fleet Alex. So anything from the recent races that we've seen from him, I think will go a long way here this afternoon. And then the number 3-horse Charlie Can Do, for Jimmy Gulick, second in his most recent start at Arlington on turf, trying the dirt here this afternoon and gets to extend out a bit. I think that the added distance is the biggest positive to the change for Charlie Can Do here today at Keeneland Racecourse. So a good race coming up as we're 16 minutes away from race 3.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's third race. Maiden claiming race, 3-year-olds and up with a $40,000 price. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the one. Perfect Sense, number 1 Perfect Sense, is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering, an all main track. Pick 3, keep in mind the 4th race is off the turf. Goes a mile and a 16th on the main track. Carryover in this third event for the Super High 5 jackpot, $60,348. Post time coming up in just 7 minutes. Resetting the rest of the day for you, a reminder, as mentioned, the 4th race is off the turf. It's a mile and a 16th on the main track. The 7th race is off the turf. That will be 5.5 furlongs on the main track. Race 9, the featured 9th race, remains on the turf. Race 9, the feature, the lone race that remains on the turf, which is listed good. Post time coming up in 7 minutes for race 3.
Race 3 is coming up in 7 minutes. 7 furlongs on the main track for this maiden $40,000 claiming event. And we'll start talking with about the 2 Soviet at 3-2, who does draw the rail today. And the one thing I've noticed about him is he is a horse that in the past, he's actually not gotten out of the gate very well. So I think that's going to be key for him today with that rail draw. He could afford to break a little bit slowly last time out, although he did not, but he did have an outside draw last time out. So it's all about him mentally and getting out of the gate. And he does appear to be a little bit on the warmer side. It's a warm day, but also a bit nervous too. So hopefully he can do the same thing that he did last time out, break sharply and be able to control, but he has had a tendency to not get out of the gate very well in the past. The 4-horse, Eel Point, he is a good-looking horse, a good-looking son of Into Mischief, and he's also probably the biggest horse in this field. So it's no surprise that trainer Rudy Brisset decided to stretch him out in distance. Unfortunately, the pace scenario was just not conducive to his running style last time out. The pace did not come back to him. It featured a gate-to-wire winner. I don't know what the pace scenario will look like here today, especially at 7/8. I don't think he's going to be forwardly placed by any means, but I hope that he at least gets the pace to close into, more so than his last race. But physically, he looks great on track, and he looks ready to go. He's sharp today on track. And then finally, the number 3, Charlie Can Do. He's a horse that has been sprinting on the turf for pretty much his entire career. You have to go back to Gulfstream in June, where he stretched out in distance. The start prior to that was at 5 furlongs in an off-the-turf event. To me, he very much looks like a turf sprinter, but I know, Scott, you had the chance to speak with Charlie Can Do's trainer with regard to the move to the main track today. What did he have to say?
Well, it's about the drop in class here today, and also whether or not he'll handle the kickback is the biggest thing, because his works have been fine here at Keeneland on the dirt, as he's had a couple of them since he's come down from Chicago at Arlington Park. But one of the bigger aspects of his opportunity is the distance. He says he's a horse that just keeps on coming, so hopefully he can just keep on coming through that kickback, because he's going to be outrun early. Jimmy Graham is in the saddle, 9-1, a good price on a horse that, look, he's bred for dirt. We've seen plenty of the Shanghai Bobbies do well on dirt, and maybe he'll get a clear path to victory here if he can keep on running late like he has in the past.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. Charlie Can Do unseated the rider coming out of the gate. Number 3, Charlie Can Do unseated the rider coming out of the gate. Here's the early battle for the lead. Soviet going to move up to the inside and take the early advantage. On Your Mark has some speed, is right there alongside in the second position. Carmel Bay in between horses in third. Followed by First Contact to the far outside in fourth. Moscabroni fifth in the center of the track. And then Eel Point, who is sixth back toward the inside, but right there just over 2 lengths off the lead and moving up 1 position down toward the inside. The opening quarter went in 22.93 seconds. It is Soviet who leads it here by 3/4 of a length. On Your Mark is second 3/4 of a length. Carmel Bay third between horses, and then First Contact and Moscabroni. Moscabroni starting to move up toward the outside, has to swing right around the far turn, goes up into the fourth position, still 2 lengths off the lead though. On Your Mark tries to find room between horses. Eel Point is still back there toward the rail as they turn for home, and Soviet still the leader. Soviet chased by On Your Mark, Eel Point down toward the inside, then Carmel Bay and Moscabroni back toward the outside. First Contact is last. Eel Point is shooting up the inside. Here comes Eel Point, just scoots right on by as they move into the final furlong, and that's going to be the move that does it. It is Eel Point, Julian Leperoux, long gone here for the win. All Eel Point. Soviet was across the line in the second position. Carmel Bay was home third, and then it was Moscabroni in fourth, and On Your Mark fifth.
Chilly ride from Julian Leperoux to stay down on the inside and wait for the opening to come, but boy, did it ever, as there was about 2 paths to work with, and at this point, the pace setter Soviet was coming back to him, and Eel Point kicks on for SF Racing, Starlight Racing, and Matacat Stable.
Yeah, Soviet was just out probably in the 2-3 path and opened up the rail for the 4 Eel Point, and Julian Leparoux, under patient handling, just guided this horse home throughout the stretch. He does get the victory here at 2-1 in race 3, 4-2-6-8 unofficially.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: 4 Eel Point was first, 2 Soviet was second, 6 Carmel Bay was third, 8 Moscabroni was fourth, and 5 On Your Mark fifth. 4-2-6-8-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, 4 Eel Point, owned by SF Racing LLC of Gavin Murphy, Starlight Racing of Jack Wolf and others, Mataket Stable LLC of Saul Kuhlman and Jason Monteleone, owned also by Fred Hertrick and John Fielding and others, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, Julien Leparoux, the jockey. Eel Point, 3-year-old gelded son of Into Mischief, out of Sweet Test by a Fleet Alex, bred in Kentucky by Hinkle Farms. Beard course, about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 27.89 seconds. Third race results official, 4-2-6-8-5. The official results for Keeneland's third. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Race 4 off the turf goes 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. Race 4 off the turf, 1 mile and a 16th. main track. Scratch the 2, Thursday. Scratch 3, Cruella. Scratch 7, Misspell. Scratch 9, Lilac Lace. Scratch 10, Magnetism. And scratch 11, Momentous Miss. Again, scratch the 2, Thursday, the 3, Cruella, the 7, Misspell, the 9, Lilac Lace, the 10, Magnetism, and the 11, Momentous Miss. No super high five on this fourth event. Fifth race, scratch the 6, Birdie Be Gone. That's the fifth race, scratch the 6, Birdie Be Gone. There will be a super high five jackpot carryover of $61,429 when we come to that fifth race. Of course, a pick 6 carryover of $13,817. Looking ahead to the sixth event, jockey for the 7, Blarney Girl, Joe Talamo. That's the sixth event, number 7, Blarney Girl, the jockey, Joe Talamo.
20 minutes out from race number 4 here at Keeneland. This race off the turf, 2-year-old fillies in against Allowance Company, non-winners of 2 lifetime. 1.16 is the distance on the fast main track. And here's an opportunity for trainer Brad Cox to break the 11-11 tie that he's currently in the midst of with trainer Mike Maker for leading trainer title here in 2020 of the fall meeting, as he sends out this 3-5 favorite, Cecile's Chapter for the Thrashes, a filly by Cairo Prince, a Keeneland graduate who broke her maiden on debut and was recently 4th against $500,000 Stakes Company in the juvenile fillies at Kentucky Downs, where she was beaten by 2 next out winners and one of the leading contenders for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf Division, that is Plum Ali. So you got to respect this filly, and many do, as she is down to 3-5. She's a daughter of Cairo Prince and comes from an Awesome Again first dam. So moving over to the dirt shouldn't be an issue based on pedigree. The number 6 horse, Fast and Fine Worker, 8-1 for C.R. Trout. Mr. Trout bringing this Outwork filly over from Remington Park, where she really came on in her last race. Her last effort was big time. She won by 18 lengths in the end with Mr. Cabrera in the saddle at Remington going a mile. Just ran off and hid from them. A daughter of Outwork who I think gets an upgrade here with it moving off the turf course. I respect the fact that Mr. Trout was opting to try her on turf here today, but the fact that they move over to the dirt, this could move her forward, and that is a big price on this filly for C.R. Trout. Brian Hernandez Jr. gets the opportunity with Fast and Fine Worker. And then the number 4 horse, Pouillet Timing for Daniel Investment Holdings, a Super Saver filly who we saw break her maiden here at Keeneland back during the summer meeting. Her last race was okay. She set the pace and then backed up. Today's the day for her to come around if she's going to want to break through against Allowance Company, or a drop in class may be coming in the not-too-distant future. Julian Leperoux looking for back-to-back wins on the card. Julian's come on in the last couple of days here at Keeneland after a cold start, but you got to respect Pouillet Timing and her return here to Keeneland Racecourse for a second time this meeting. 1-6-4, Gabby, in a pretty good race. Race number 4, headlined by a 3-5 favorite, Cecile's Chapter.
For sure, Scott. When I originally looked at this race, I liked the 7 Misspell, so ultimately I do scratch into my top selection, but that is still the 4 Pouillet Timing, and I think she can pull off a win. The deal with her is that she just needs to settle. So she was drawn post 6 out of 9 horses last time out, and from the get-go, it kind of seemed like Julian Leperoux just kind of asked her to go, and then she took a hold of the bit, and she was not going to let it go. She was just pulling and just didn't have the ability to settle in the early stages of the race, and ultimately went very quickly, 22-4, 46-4. That's pretty fast for the opening quarter and half mile here at Keeneland, going the mile. So I'm hoping that maybe a little bit more distance will get her to settle, and hopefully she can pull off a victory going 2 turns. I do think that she'll be controlling, though, especially after those early fractions that she posted last time out. So we'll see if she can get the job done today. But the 1 Cecile's Chapter, yes, she has the class. It's just a question of, is she as good on the main track as she is on the turf? She's been very good on the turf, though. Her debut victory was super impressive. She went on to win by 7 lengths, and that maiden special weight, she came back, as Scott mentioned, to face a very tough field of juvenile fillies in Plum Ali and Flown. Both horses who would win their next starts, one in a graded stakes race, one here at Keeneland. So yes, the turf, the class on the turf is definitely there. It's just a question of, will she be capable of transferring that to the main track today? I do like her. The 8 Blissful Change, she is a filly who was impressive 2 starts back in an off-the-turf race at Indiana Grand. She went on to win that race in a field of 8 by almost 10 lengths as the favorite. But what happened to her last time out? I know that was a very tough race. It was a lot to ask of her. She obviously, Girl Daddy, she was the winner of the Grade 3 Pocahontas. She's being pointed for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies for trainer Dale Roman. So maybe it was just too tough of a race for her. It was a fast early pace. She showed a little bit of early interest and then just stopped. But this is a much easier field, and she's got dirt form in a race where we're just not sure if any of these fillies, or most of these fillies, will be okay on the main track. So I did think that that kind of levels the playing field a bit. At least she does have dirt form, and if she can build off of her race 2 starts back, she could be a factor in here at a big price at 14-1. But all eyes on the 1 Cecile's Chapter. She is your 1-2 favorite. She comes out of a 4th place finish against stakes competition last time out, but we'll see if she's just as good on the dirt here in 16 minutes for race 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Wild Air, an allowance for 2-year-old fillies. Race that comes off the turf, goes 1 mile and a 16th on the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 2 Thursday, scratch 3 Cruella, also scratch the 7 Miss Spell, scratch the 9 Lilac Lace, the 10 Magnetism, and the 11 Momentous Miss. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 on this fourth race. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured. Again, 1 mile and a 16th on the fast main track, short stretch, post time in 8 minutes.
Race 4 is coming up in 7 minutes, and taking a closer look at some of these horses warming up on track. The 1 Cecile's Chapter on the board right now at 3 to 5. And the big question about this filly is whether or not she can transition her talents to the main track today. Her lone 2 career performances have come on the turf course, going a distance of ground, so she will get her first test on the main track in the afternoon. And looking at her physically, she definitely looks like a strong individual. She's a little bit more slight, but she looks like, to me, she looks like a turf horse. So there's just no doubt in my mind why Brad Cox decided to run her on the turf in her last 2 starts. But she is talented. She's good. She might be better on the turf, but she might just be facing the right type of field today in order to pull off a victory. So I do think that she is a talent of the race. She, to me, looks a little bit more like a turf horse, but she could still pull this off on her class alone. And then the 6 horse, a fast and fine worker, looking at these fillies on track and just kind of observing this filly's behavior and mannerisms on the track. She's sharp. She's ready to go. She also is big in size. I wasn't expecting how big she would be as a physical, and I like that, stretching out to 1 mile and a 16th here today. But she's sharp. She's on her toes. I think this is where the pace is going to come from. She obviously set the tempo last time out in a much slower pace against, in my opinion, a bit of an easier field. So it really will be the class test today. But she has all the signs of a pretty decent horse here, and she's on the board at a nice price at 7-1, so maybe a long shot to pay attention to. But everyone's paying attention to the 1, Cecile's Chapter, as the 1-2 favorite. We're 5 minutes out from the 4th.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Wild Air, at 1 1/16 on the main track. First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes Long Monday between horses, Pouillet timing to the inside, and Fast and Fine Worker to join that pair up on the far outside, but Pouillet timing has the advantage into the first turn. Pouillet timing against the rail is the early leader here by 1.5 lengths. Fast and Fine Worker moves up from the far outside second. Betcha by Golly, third down toward the inside, moves up within 1.5 lengths of the leader. Blissful Change goes fourth around the outside of Long Monday fifth. Cecile's Chapter is last of the six. Opening quarter went in 23.58 seconds. Pouillet timing the leader. Pouillet timing in front by 1.5 lengths up the backstretch. Fast and Fine Worker is second by a neck. Betcha by Golly is third down toward the inside, 3/4 of a length. And then Blissful Change fourth on the outside, a gap of 2 more. Cecile's Chapter is fifth ahead, just to the outside of Long Monday, who's sixth against the rail at the back as they head for the far turn. That opening half-mile went in 48.59 seconds. Pouillet timing the leader. Pouillet timing is in front. Betcha by Golly is second to the inside by a neck. Fast and Fine Worker, third up on the outside around the far turn. Blissful Change caught wide around the turn in fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Cecile's Chapter on the outside, and then Long Monday, who moves up 1 spot, now 2 spots against the rail. Long Monday trying to pick up a couple of positions to the inside, but Pouillet timing is the leader, and they're coming to the top of the short stretch. Pouillet timing a 5-length lead. Long Monday to second. Cecile's Chapter has picked up some ground, goes from fourth to third to second off the far turn. Still 4 lengths from the lead into the final furlong of Pouillet timing. Pouillet timing leads it by 3. Cecile's Chapter is second by 5. Blissful Change, and then Long Monday. A final run from Cecile's Chapter. Pouillet timing, Cecile's Chapter. Cecile's Chapter gets up by a head in the final jump for Florent Giroux.
So the favorite does prevail in the end. Cecile's Chapter, the daughter of Cairo Prince, for Dawn and Ike Thrash. Brad Cox now picks up his 12th winner here on the meet. That has him 1 win clear of trainer Mike Maker in the trainer standings. And that's a tough beat for Pouillet timing, who did all the dirty work and had to come back to her.
Yeah, exactly. Julian actually did a great job to try to get her to settle. She still wanted to pull him along, but did a good job in trying to get her to settle and try to get her to the finish line, just not today. She was beaten by the better horse in the number 1, Cecile's Chapter. The favorite prevails in race 4.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. 1, Cecile's Chapter finished first. 4, Pouillet Timing was second. 8, Blissful Change was third. 5, Long Monday was fourth. 1485 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the Wild Air, number 1, Cecile's Chapter, owned by Dawn and Ike Thrash. The trainer, Brad Cox, the jockey, Florent Giroux. Cecile's Chapter, a 2-year-old filly by Cairo Prince out of Sharp Instinct by Awesome Again, bred in Kentucky by Twin Creeks Farm. Keeneland sales graduate gets a mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.15 seconds. Results unofficial. Race 4 results are now official, 1485, the official results for Keeneland's 4th. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6. Pick 6 has a carryover of $13,817. Also a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $61,429. In race 5, scratch the 6, birdie, be gone. Again, scratch the 6, birdie, be gone. 6th race, jockey for the 7, Blarney Girl, Joe Talamo. That's the 6th race, jockey for the 7, Blarney Girl, Joe Talamo. Race 7 comes off the turf, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. That's the 7th race off the turf, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. Scratch 5, Abuse of Power. 6, Bourbon and Ditch. 7, Cindy's Prayer. Also scratch 11, Kona Kai, as well as 13, Heaven Escape, and 14, And Isles. Again, those scratches, scratch the 5, Abuse of Power. 6, Bourbon and Ditch. 7, Cindy's Prayer. The 11, Kona Kai. Also the 13, Heaven Escape, and 14, And Isles. 8th race, scratch number 8, Mr. Tip. That's the 8th race, scratch number 8, Mr. Tip. Featured 9th, that race remains on the turf. Turf is listed good, the rail's at 20 feet. Scratch both the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut. Also scratch the 2, Julia's Ready. Scratch the 6, Aggie's Cat. Scratch the 9, Clara Peters. Scratch 11, Summer in Saratoga. Also scratch 12, Oso Terrible. And 13, Traipsing. Again, scratch both the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut. Scratch the 2, Julia's Ready. Also scratch the 6, Aggie's Cat. 9, Clara Peters. 11, Summer in Saratoga. 12, Oso Terrible. And 13, Traipsing. Please note, number 14, Quick Witted, draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch the 8, Super Sport. 10th and final event, scratch the 8, Super Sport. Main track listed fast.
Race number 5, this race does start the pick 6 for this Friday afternoon. There is a small carryover coming into the day. It's a $1 minimum play for that pick 6. And this is a 2-year-old filly race going 6 furlongs, and they're all in for the maiden $150,000 tag. The 3-horse drops in class, good with numbers. That's why I go to this filly for Daughter of Union Rags for Steve Asmussen as he goes to Gerardo Corrales. We've talked about that this meet. He has tapped on the shoulder of Gerardo Corrales a couple of times this meet and had very good success here at Keeneland Racecourse. We're going to see if that trend continues for Steve Asmussen as he looks to move within 1 win of trainer Brad Cox in the trainer standings. Cox with 12 wins, Mike Maker with 11, Steve Asmussen with 10 as we continue to track that over the day and a half that we have left here at Keeneland Racecourse. But I think either of her 2 races have been productive enough to say that she can run with this group. She ran into Lady Traveler, who was an impressive winner last time out at Churchill Downs at the end of September. So good spot for her, and 2 races under her belt. Certainly fitness will be a big plus for this Daughter of Union Rags. The number 7 horse is Shades of Truth, a Keeneland graduate for Maggie Moss and Tom Amos. Just 3 workouts coming into this spot. Amos, 3 published workouts at the very least. Amos is good with first-time starters. David Cohen, here's another team that has come to life here at Keeneland Racecourse. When Amos goes to Cohen, they're winning at close to 20% of the time, and 5-1 a square price on this first-time starter. And then finally, the number 4 horse for Ron Marquette, a commissioner filly, that's Queen's Gift. She's got some good workouts coming in. She should be plenty fit off of her works, Gabby. That gate drill, 47-2, looks good on paper. I'm surprised she's as big of a price as she is right now. 9-1 is a good number, especially when you've got leading rider Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle.
Yeah, Scott, this is a tough race. There's no doubt about that. I think you have to really consider the 3 good with numbers just because she's getting the class relief. But I ultimately do go with the first-time starter, the number 9, Belle Day, to the outside. She's on the board right now at 7-2. I've been very impressed with the progeny of Speightster so far this season. They've just been precocious, they've been quick, they've been very professional, and those are some of the attributes that I see from the 9 Belle Day, at least in her training in the morning. So we'll see what she can do. I mean, she does still have some quickness on the bottom side of her pedigree. Her mare, Pike Creek, was very fast. You add that in with Speightster's progeny, and I think this filly could show some speed out of the gate, and I love the post position for a first-time starter. I think that is key, that outside draw at 3/4. But the 3, good with numbers. She is the filly to beat, in my opinion, because she's coming out of 2 very tough races. She debuted, she showed speed against Travel Column, a very nice filly for Brad Cox, and then even Off We Go. Off We Go was in that race. She came back to win a maiden special weight here at Keeneland. And unfortunately, she went against another very tough field against Lady Traveler last time out at Churchill Downs. So this is, in my opinion, the easiest field that she has faced here today, and I think she should be able to show some speed to the inside for trainer Steve Asmussen, and sometimes experience is key in these baby races. The number 7, Shades of Truth, will be the 3rd selection, and she is very short coupled. She looks very much like a sprinter, and she looks very strong too, a very strong shoulder to her, very rounded out, and her hindquarters too, so she certainly looks like this is the right spot for her. She looks like a sprinter. She's a filly by Exaggerator, the mare. She was fast too. She won first time out and wound up being a stakes winner and a graded stakes placed runner. So nice little pedigree on the bottom side. This Louisiana bred purchased here at the Keeneland September sale for $45,000 by owner Maggie Moss. So we'll see what Shades of Truth can do in her debut. We'll get a closer look at this field as we get closer to post time on trackside. But right now, it's 15 minutes to go until race 5. This race does kick off that pick 6.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. Maiden claiming race 2-year-old fillies, price of $150,000. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch 6, Birdie Be Gone. 6, Birdie Be Gone, scratched. Double, pick 3, start of the pick 6, carryover $13,817. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $61,429. A reminder that race number 7 comes off the turf. 5.5 furlongs on the main track for that 7th race. The 9th race feature remains on the turf, and the turf is listed good. So pick 6 players, keep those facts in mind. 7 minutes to post on race 5.
Horses warming up on track. A very tricky 2-year-old race coming up next. A maiden claiming event, $150,000 is the purchase price if you're in the market. The 3 Good with Numbers is the favorite at 5-2, co-favorite with the 9 Belle Day. The 7 Shades of Truth, I wanted to talk more about this very racy-looking filly. I mentioned her how she looked physically in the paddock. You can see just the definition in her hindquarters, a very strong shoulder. She is a very strong, stout-looking filly. She was walking out to the main track here today with the pony, and she was a little bit skittish, but since she's kind of broken away from the pony under David Cohen, she's become much more professional. I think she's going to show speed out of the gate just from how she's acting today. She's very sharp, racy, and also physically how she looks as well. So keep an eye out for the 7 Shades of Truth and that gate speed today. The number 8 R10 Angels is the other horse I wanted to mention, a 2-year-old filly coming out of the Dale Romans barn by Not This Time. I wonder if she's going to be at her best today as a first-time starter. But she does seem very professional on track. She's got her ears forward, her neck bowed. She just is really elegant, too. She kind of caught my eye in the paddock and especially on the track here today. She's being a little silly here, bucking and kicking and definitely feeling good under Corey Lannery. I guess I spoke too soon, but regardless, it's good to see a filly feeling good in the afternoon, and she certainly seems very professional here today for the connection. So the 8 R10 Angels, wanted to focus on her here as well at 8-1. And Scott, the 4 Queen's Gift, a first-time starter by Commissioner for trainer Ron McQuaid. I know you just spoke to him. What does he think of his first-time starter?
He says she's as fit as she can be off of workouts, so obviously she's going to get something out of this race here this afternoon. He also said they don't really like to crank them up for the first time out, so that's good information. She may not be all the way there, but she looks well out there as she sits at 9-1. Maybe she'll need a race here in 4 minutes, but I'm glad you pointed toward the 8. I thought that she looked really good coming out onto the track as well, one that certainly didn't initially take a look at, the daughter of Not This Time, but Dale's got her looking well at 8-1. Good race coming up, race number 5, 4 minutes to post. This one does start the pick 6.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race. Start of the pick six. They are at the post. And they're off. Good with numbers comes out for the early lead. Belle Day has speed up on the far outside. Shades of Truth kicks in. Sister Annie is right there down toward the rail. Shades of Truth has the lead by a neck. Belle Day goes second up on the outside. And then Sister Annie, who's third down toward the inside. Good with numbers fourth alongside her. Queen's Gift is in fifth. Pettigo Girl is sixth. Gap of 7 more lengths back to Our 10 Angels. And How Lucky is alongside of that one at the back, 22.59 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Shades of Truth leading Belle Day around the far turn by 3/4 of a length. Good with numbers is third up on the far outside. Sister Annie fourth back toward the inside. Break of 3 more to Pettigo Girl, who comes next. She's fifth at the top of the stretch. 8 lengths off the lead, joined there by Queen's Gift. Good with numbers trying to come after Shades of Truth, who still leads it. Belle Day has dropped back into third. Sister Annie is in fourth. Good with numbers. A narrow lead past the 8th pole. Now starts to open up. Good with numbers. Gerardo Corrales drawing clear at the 16th pole by 5 over Shades of Truth. Sister Annie third. Belle Day fourth. Good with numbers wins it. Shades of Truth was home second, and then it was Sister Annie in third, followed by Belle Day and How Lucky.
Trainer Steve Asmussen striking again this meet at Keeneland Racecourse with jockey Gerardo Corrales, who rode a heady ride. He sat just off of the quick pace and got plenty of run from this daughter of Union Rags late.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth. 3 Good with Numbers first. 7 Shades of Truth was second. 1 Sister Annie third. 9 Belle Day was fourth. 5 How Lucky was fifth. 37195, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, 3 Good with Numbers, owned by Jay Kirk and Judy Robinson, trained by Steve Asmussen. 2 wins today, Gerardo Corrales. Good with Numbers, a 2-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Fast Bridle by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by Jam Limited. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.98 seconds. Results of Keeneland's fifth official, 37195, the official results. At Keeneland, the early pick 5 today pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. 6th race on the way. Double and pick 3 wagering. The late pick 5 begins here. There is a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $63,448. A reminder, in this 6th race, the jockey for the 7 Blarney Girl, Joe Talamo. 7 Blarney Girl, Joe Talamo. 7th race comes off the turf, 5.5 furlongs main track. That's the 7th race off the turf, 5.5 furlongs main track. Scratch 5 Abuse of Power, 6 Bourbon and Ditch, 7 Cindy's Prayer. Also scratch 11 Kona Kai, 13 Heaven Escape, and 14 And Isles. Again, scratch 5 Abuse of Power, 6 Bourbon and Ditch, 7 Cindy's Prayer. Also the 11 Kona Kai, as well as 13 Heaven Escape and 14 And Isles. Looking to the 8th race, scratch number 8, Mr. Tip. 8th race, scratch number 8, Mr. Tip. Featured 9th, that race stays on the turf. Turf is listed good, rail at 20 feet. In the 9th race, scratch both the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut. Scratch 2, Julia's Ready. Scratch the 6, Aggie's Cat. Scratch the 9, Clara Peters. Scratch 11, Summer in Saratoga. Scratch 12, Oso Terrible. And scratch 13, Traipsing. Again, scratch both the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut, as well as the 2, Julia's Ready. 6, Aggie's Cat. 9, Clara Peters. 11, Summer in Saratoga. 12, Oso Terrible. And 13, Traipsing. Please note, number 14, Quick Witted, draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch the 8, Super Sport. That's the 10th and final event, scratch the 8, Super Sport. Main track listed fast. Believe in Holiday, short lead. Cantrell Hill is trying to get past the leader from the outside. Morning Social has gone to third in deep stretch, and then Urban Knight in fourth, Maccabim is fifth. Here's Cantrell Hill, a final run at Believe in Holidays. Believe in Holidays hangs on. Some would say who backs up to third toward the inside as Sunny Isle Beach has taken the lead into the final furlong. Golden Grant is running on toward second on the outside. Golden Grant still trying. Sunny Isle Beach in front, though. Sunny Isle Beach, Gerardo Corrales to win it. Eel Point is shooting up the inside. Here comes Eel Point, just scoots right on by as they move into the final furlong, and that's going to be the move that does it. It is Eel Point, Julian Leperoux, long gone here for the win. All Eel Point. Soviet was across the line in the second position. Still 4 lengths from the lead into the final furlong of Pouillet Timing. Pouillet Timing leads it by 3. Cecile's Chapter is second by 5. Blissful Change, and then Long Monday, a final run from Cecile's Chapter. Pouillet Timing, Cecile's Chapter. Cecile's Chapter gets up by a head in the final jump. Good with numbers. A narrow lead past the 8th pole. Now starts to open up. Good with numbers. Gerardo Corrales drawing clear at the 16th pole by 5 over Shades of Truth Sister Annie. Third Bell Day fourth. Good with numbers. Wins it.
Late pick 5 time here at Keeneland Racecourse. Race number 6 begins at 18 minutes to post. And we're looking at the heavy favorite, 3-5 right now. Color of Dawn, a filly by Exaggerator, who didn't have the cleanest of breaks on debut at Churchill Downs back in September at the end of the month, and ran a good number that day from an inside draw, post 1, less than ideal spot for any first-time starter. So it gets far outside here today. We'll see if she can run back to that performance. If she does, she should be awfully tough with that racing under her belt as Brad Cox looks to extend his lead on Mike Maker and Steve Asmussen, who have now moved into a tie for second in the trainer standings. Asmussen with his 11th win, tied with Maker. Brad Cox one clear with 12 victories, looking for his 13th here with Color of Dawn. Certainly the one that you have to respect most in race number 6. The number 5 horse, La Pulcinella, for Steve Asmussen, a daughter of Flatter, who comes out first time here for Steve Asmussen. And obviously this filly, you've got to respect her based on what we just saw from the other Asmussen filly that ran in that maiden $150,000 claimer. So this filly gets the opportunity to run against Maiden Special Weight Company. 7-1, a good price, getting good prices all over outside of Color of Dawn. But you got to respect this one as the team of Asmussen and Santana come together with this 2-year-old filly, a gorgeous chestnut filly down in the paddock. And there's finally the one horse, Be Like Water, for Vicky Oliver. It's a filly that's had some sharp workouts coming in. It's going to have to overcome that inside post, but at 31-1, You got to respect her. I do think, Gabby, there's a big separation between the top level of this race versus those that may need a race, and Be Like Water may need to be one of those that needs a race, but it's good workout times that you've got to respect as she sets for her debut, the Daughter of Majestic Perfection.
Yeah, even physically, looking at some of these fillies in the paddock, they look more prone to sprinting, whereas this filly, Be Like Water, she's a little bit on the bigger side and longer too. So I do wonder if she's going to benefit from one race and then hopefully get more distance in the future. The 9 horse is where I land, Color of Dawn, as well as everybody, the betting public here, as she is opening up as your 3 to 5 favorite. I think she ran really well last time out. She had the rail after a couple horses scratched in that last race. She broke sharply, but then lost her footing out of the gate. She stutter-stepped a little bit. She recovered pretty quickly because I think she's naturally athletic, but from then on in the race, she kind of was pressured in the late stages of the race by Decade. So Decade would go on to win, but I liked how this filly really dug in and hung in there. Decade, the winner, she had a start prior to, so I thought that she probably had the experience edge and the fitness edge, but I didn't think that she lost anything in defeat, and now she has an outside post versus drawing the rail in her debut. So she does look like the one to beat, maybe even a single in the late pick 5 sequence here, as this race does kick off that late pick 5. We'll check in with some other horses, though. The number 5, La Pulcinella, first-time starter for trainer Steve Asmussen, a 2-year-old filly by Flatter. She's out of the mare Little Cyclone, who was a stakes-placed mare as well. What I've observed from this filly is she's very quiet in the paddock. You can see her just kind of moseying around in the paddock, so I'll be checking in with her in a minute just to see if those energy levels kind of pick up when she gets to the track side. She also kind of has a little bit of a look of a turf horse too, so we'll see what she can do here in her debut at 3/4 on the main track. And then finally the 8 Zoom Up, a first-time starter for trainer Tom Amos, 2-year-old filly by Upstart. Been very impressed with what I've seen from Upstart's progeny so far this season. And this 2-year-old filly is out of Open Agenda, so that makes her a half to a horse by what's on the agenda. And that filly actually was graded stakes place on the turf, and a sprinter too. So there's been some speed, there's been some turf in the bottom side of the pedigree, the female family. The 8 Zoom Up debuts here for trainer Tom Amos. I would pay attention to the 3 Latte Dolce. A lot of the time you have to bet and observe the board. The 3 Latte Dolce is opening up as your second choice at 4-1, and I think that is significant money considering how heavy of a favorite the number 9 is, Color of Dawn, at 3-5. So I did not use the 3 Latte Dolce in my top 3, but this 2-year-old filly by Nyquist debuts for Eric Heitzman. She has some nice and impressive workouts, bullet drills, especially coming out of the gate here at Keeneland. So we'll see what she can do in her debut today. But the board is telling you that she is live as your second choice at 4-1. But the focus is on the 9, Color of Dawn, 3-5 here in the 6th race to start the late pick 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Sienna. Maiden special weight, 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No scratches in this race. A reminder, the jockey for the 7, Blarney Girl, is Joe Talamo. Joe Talamo rides the 7. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $63,448. As we start the late pick 5, a reminder looking ahead, race 7 comes off the turf. Remember, race 7 is off the turf. It goes 5.5 furlongs on the main track. The featured 9th race remains on the turf. The turf is listed good. Main track is fast, post time in 7 minutes.
Six minutes out from race number 6. This is the start of the late pick 5. As we've mentioned, 50-cent minimum wager here at Keeneland Racecourse. And the 6 horse at 56-1. She's a lovely looking filly. She looks sprinty to me. A daughter of Super Saver. Of course, Super Saver, from his styling career here in North America, known for his success with Run Happy, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Eclipse Award winner. So this filly, she looks well out there. We'll see if Dallas Stewart has her fully cranked up for this debut for Mr. Charles Fipke, another homebred for Mr. Fipke. This from his winning first dam of this filly in Tale of Class, the daughter of Tale of Akati. Just like the way that she looked when she came out onto the track at odds of 57-1. Then we go to the number 7 horse, Blarney Girl, another one that looks well out there. A first-time starter for Michael Ann Ewing. The Ewing barn does well with first-time starters at 14% with a big-time positive ROI of $2.53. That would go up in a big-time way if this filly is able to spring this upset. Again, as you heard from Kurt Becker, Joe Talamo gets the opportunity on Blarney Girl, but a nice-looking filly as she debuts at a big price. The 9-horse Color of Dawn, another daughter of Exaggerator in here. This one for Brad Cox. She deserves to be the 1-2 favorite with the race that she has under her belt, with a group that only has experience with trouble making outside of the 9. The number 4 horse is the only other one that has a race under her belt. But if this filly can take the step forward that she did in that last race, and you look how well she looks out on the track, she is one to beat. Obviously in here at odds of 1-2. We'll see if Brad Cox can extend his lead in the trainer standings. And the 3 continues to get played. Latte Dolce for Big Show Racing, a daughter of one of the leading first crop stallions in Nyquist. Eric Heitzman has brought her up here from Louisiana Downs for a couple of solid workouts, including the work out of the gate in 46 flat. So you've got to respect the continued action that this filly is taking here today. So 1-2 on the 9, I think that is justified. But again, this 3 may be worth a play just based on the live money that is going in the direction of Latte Dolce. 4 minutes to play the late pick 4 on this Friday card here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Sienna, start of the late pick 5. Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 6th race. Scratch the 1, Be Like Water. Late scratch in Keeneland's 6th race. Scratch the 1, Be Like Water. Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for Keeneland's 6th, the Sienna, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Color of Dawn and Troublemaking. Those two both have early speed. La Pulcinella comes away running in third. Blarney Girl is fourth. Latte Dolce was off a step slowly, but quickly moves up fifth, now fourth, down toward the inside. And then further back, it is Zoom Up, who's sixth up on the outside. A break of 5 more lengths to Classic Tail Saver in seventh position, and 10 more back of that one to Pappy's Best Girl, who's at the back. Opening quarter went in 23.55 seconds. Color of Dawn, the leader by 2 lengths into the far turn. Blarney Girl, second by a neck. Troublemaking, third to the inside, 3/4 of a length. Zoom Up is fourth and looking for more running room. Has to take toward the outside. 3 wide around the far turn, but up now to challenge for the second position. Latte Dolce is in fifth. She's still 6 from the front. Quarter mile to go. Color of Dawn, the leader, as they turn for home. Leads it by 2. Zoom Up in second. Latte Dolce is third. Troublemaking is fourth back toward the inside. Latte Dolce is coming forward on the outside to challenge Color of Dawn, and Zoom Up is there fighting on in between those two, but third, moving into the final furlong, close quarters, and Color of Dawn hanging tough with the lead. Latte Dolce is second. Color of Dawn wins it for Florent Giroux. Latte Dolce was home second. Zoom Up third. Troublemaking was fourth, and then further back, La Pulcinella was fifth.
No issues today for Color of Dawn in her second career start. The daughter of first crop stallion and multiple Grade 1 winner Exaggerator. For a moment, Gabby, it looked like the 3 was going to give her a strong challenge, but the 3 had to work so hard to get out into the clear. I think that ultimately caught up with her late.
You have to pay attention to Latte Dolce and her next start, because she did not get out of the gate. She rushed up. She was inside. She had to move outside. A very troubled trip for the 3 Latte Dolce, but still a very promising performance. But this race goes to the 9 Color of Dawn, the perfect trip on the front end. The 4-5 favorite prevails in the 6th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: 9 Color of Dawn first, 3 Latte Dolce second, 8 Zoom Up was third, the 4 Troublemaking fourth, and the 5 La Pulcinella fifth. Objection sign posted. Hold all tickets. In Keeneland's 6th race, the rider of number 3, Latte Dolce, has lodged a claim of foul against the rider of number 9, Color of Dawn, alleging interference in the stretch. Hold all tickets. Objection pending concerning the top 2 in the unofficial result. Again, the rider of the 3, Latte Dolce, claim of foul against the rider of the 9, Color of Dawn, alleging interference in the stretch. On the television monitors, the split screen, program feed to the left, stewards feed to the right. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. 6th race. at Keeneland. An additional claim of foul has been lodged by the rider of number 8, Zoom Up, against the 3, Latte Dolce, alleging interference in the stretch. So now the 2 objections combined involve the top 3 in the unofficial result. Hold all tickets. 2 separate objections are pending. No change. No change in the result, which will stand as is for Keeneland's 6th race. 93845. That result will stand. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Sienna 9, Color of Dawn, owned by Right Time Racing 3 LLC of Dan Glick and others, owned also by Full of Run Racing LLC of Dan Glick, trained by Brad Cox, ridden by Florent Giroux. 2 wins today on the card for that trainer-jockey combination. Color of Dawn, a 2-year-old filly by Exaggerator out of Flash of Wonder by Tis Wonderful, bred in Kentucky by Fred Hertrick and Rob Tribbett. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 12.14 seconds. Results of race 6 official, 93845, the official results for Keeneland 6th. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Race 7 comes off the turf. It'll go 5.5 furlongs on the fast main track. Race 7 off the turf, 5.5 furlongs on the fast main track. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $66,106. In this 7th race, scratch the 5, Abuse of Power, scratch the 6, Bourbon and Ditch, also the 7, Cindy's Prayer, as well as 11, Kona Kai, plus 13, Heaven Escape, and 14, And Isles. Again, scratch the 5, Abuse of Power, 6, Bourbon and Ditch, 7, Cindy's Prayer, 11, Kona Kai, as well as 13, Heaven Escape, and 14, And Isles. Looking ahead to the 8th race, a reminder, scratch number 8, Mr. Tip. 8th race, scratch number 8, Mr. Tip. Featured 9th race, that one remains on the turf, which is listed good, the rail at 20 feet. In the 9th race feature, scratch both the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut. Scratch the 2, Julia's Ready. Also scratch 6, Aggie's Cat, as well as 9, Clara Peters, 11, Summer in Saratoga, 12, Oso Terrible, and 13, Traipsing. That's in the 9th race. Scratch both the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut, as well as the 2, Julia's Ready, 6, Aggie's Cat, 9, Clara Peters, 11, Summer in Saratoga, 12, Oso Terrible, and 13, Traipsing. A reminder, number 14, Quick Witted, draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch 8, Super Sport. 10th and final event, scratch 8, Super Sport.
16 minutes out from race number 7. This does start the late pick 4, and just a quick note on the weather. We have cooled off considerably as the storm is coming here into Lexington, Kentucky, it does appear. We just heard our first rumble of thunder, but as of right now, no rain just yet here at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll keep you up to date as we progress over the afternoon. But this 7th race, 16 minutes to post. It's an A other than allowance race, 5.5 now on the main track as this race is off the turf course. So a much different sort of setup, obviously, going on to the main track versus 5.5 on the grass. But the bottom line is when you get a quick horse, normally they can handle both. And I think that that's the case with the number 12 horse on the outside at 4-1, Lee's Princess, the daughter of Lee, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2018. When she's at her best, she's up in the mix with these runners. And she can also show that she can come off the pace, but I don't know that you'd be wanting to try to do that here today on the dirt. I don't think that there's a lot of separation between her and the favorite, so that's why I'm willing to go here for a price of odds of 4-1. She's run good races in her last 3 starts, all of which have been when she has been sprinting. Let's see how she handles a fast main track here today. Her only other main track effort was in the slop on debut, and obviously most horses come on from a debut effort regardless. So 4-1, Lee's Princess. A lot of reasons to like her up against the favorite, who's the second choice for me, Sequin, who's drifted now up to 8-5, the daughter of Byron for Wesley Ward, who comes off of a victory at Kentucky Downs going 6.5. When she sprinted 5.5, she showed speed 2 starts back with Gaffleone. Gerardo Corrales, he's looking for his 3rd win on the card today. He's got 1 for Wesley Ward. He's got 1 for Steve Asmussen. And going back to his main man, Wesley Ward, could be quite the afternoon for Gerardo, who has just had a incredibly good meet here at Keeneland this fall. So Sequin is an obvious one off of her last 3 starts, including that victory up at or down at Kentucky Downs, excuse me. And then finally, Jade's Jelly, another one for Wesley. This one gets Brian Hernandez Jr. Wesley's horses are so good coming away from the starting gate. You got to think that she will be as well. That's going to be key for this daughter of Lee, the second daughter of Lee, referencing here in race number 7. But the bottom line is she'll have to break sharp and get good position. I'd hate to be back taking all kind of kickback down on the inside. So we'll see if she's able to push away from there in good order. But 12, 8, and 1 going with a 4-1 shot to start this late pick 4 at Keeneland.
currently in a weather delay here at Keeneland. That is the reason that the call is yet to come for Riders Up. Weather delay here at Keeneland as we head into this 7th race. 14 minutes to post for Keeneland's 7th race. Main track listed fast. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race. The Stone Farm, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. Race comes off the turf. It goes 5.5 furlongs on the main track, which is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $66,106. Scratch the 5, Abuse of Power, 6 Bourbon and Ditch, 7 Cindy's Prayer, 11 Kona Kai, 13 Heaven Escape, and 14 And Isles. Again, scratch 5 Abuse of Power, 6 Bourbon and Ditch, 7 Cindy's Prayer, 11 Kona Kai, 13 Heaven Escape, and 14 And Isles. Post time coming up in just 7 minutes, 5.5 furlongs over the fast main track, race 7.
Now 7 minutes away from race number 7, the start of the late pick 4 here at Keeneland, and we are now under perfect conditions. We are in a situation right now where it's wide open blue skies just right over the top of Keeneland Racecourse. It looks like we're going to have sun for the remainder of the card. And we'll start this late pick 4 with the off-the-turf event. Main track looks very good here as it remained open and just took that bit of water. It really didn't rain all that much, all things considered, with the storm that passed through the area. But we're looking right now at the one Jade's Jelly, the daughter of Lee. She is just a big-bodied filly. She looks like all sprinter. And down on the inside, if she can be quick from the starting gate, I would not be surprised if she's able to spring an upset in this spot. She looks very well out on the race course right now. So watch out for Jade's Jelly here in race number 7 for trainer Wesley Ward. We then move along here in the discussion to the number 12 horse, or the 10 horse, excuse me. That is a 4-1 shot named Aunt Nadine for Mike Maker. Was claimed last time out for $40,000, moves up in class here today and gets back onto the main track for the first time since disappointing runs down in South Florida. She had a nice look to her. That's the bottom line. That's where I wanted to go in this direction for the Maker barn. And Ricardo Santana Jr. gets to ride this filly back. He rode her in her last 2 starts when still with Steve Asmussen, as he is the first call rider for Steve. But Maker, having the relationship that he does with Ricardo Santana Jr., he's going to stick with him. So we'll see if Mike Maker can tighten up this trainer standing race here in the final couple of days, as Brad Cox has pulled a couple clear in said trainer standings. And then there's the 12-horse Lee's Princess, racy-looking filly by Lee for trainer Joe Sharp. Expect her to be quick from the outside as she retains a 7-2 price here as they move to the front side. So still 5 minutes to allow these fillies to warm up. They all were behaving well when they came out. A few of them were on their toes, but nothing to get concerned about as these fillies will be racing on the main track to start the late pick 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Stone Farm. Start of the late pick 4. 5.5 furlongs over the fast main track. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes First Wave. There goes Sequin. That pair both with early speed coming out of the gate. They are joined quickly by Sugar and Sass. Lee's Princess far outside is up close. First Wave going to back off now down to the inside. The front three line up, though. Sequin down to the inside has the lead a half length. Sugar and Sass second 3/4 of a length. Lee's Princess third far outside. Aunt Nadine is in fourth. First Wave is now fifth around the turn. Since You Left is in sixth. Jade Skelly is seventh. And Moravia last of the eighth. 22.31 seconds the time for that opening quarter. Sequin is the leader. Sequin by 4 lengths coming to the quarter pole. The rest have work to do here. Sugar and Sass is second toward the outside. Aunt Nadine moves up past her to the inside, and Aunt Nadine is trying to close a 3-length gap on Sequin, moving by the eighth pole. And then First Wave is back toward the rail, going toward third, but still far back. Sequin, the leader by 2, chased by Aunt Nadine, who's coming at her at the 16th pole. A length separate them. Aunt Nadine trying. Sequin still there. Sequin, Aunt Nadine. Aunt Nadine up to get it a half length on the line. Sequin was across the line in second. First Wave third, close for fourth.
It's the daughter of Munning's Aunt Nadine rallying late from off the pace here today under Ricardo Santana Jr. Mike Maker striking again first off the claim.
Yeah, and it looked at one point that Sequin was going to run away with this race, but she made the lead early, just couldn't quite take that stamina to the finish line today. The 10, Aunt Nadine, picking up the pieces late under Ricardo Santana Jr., getting the victory in race 7.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 10, Aunt Nadine first. 8, Sequin was second. 4, First Wave was third. 9, Sugar and Sass was fourth. And 3, Moravia fifth. 10, 8, 4, 9, 3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Stone Farm, the official winner now, number 10, Aunt Nadine. Owned by Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, the trainer is Mike Maker, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Aunt Nadine, a 3-year-old daughter of Munnings, out of Union Metal by Dixie Union, bred in Florida by Hardacre Farm, LLC. Keeneland sales grad gets the 5.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 4.27 seconds. Results are official for race 7, 10.8493, the official results. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 8, Mr. Tip. Number 8, Mr. Tip scratched. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $69,618. Looking ahead to the 9th and featured race, a reminder race 9 remains on the turf. Turf is listed good, rail at 20 feet. In the 9th race, scratch the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut. Also scratch the 2, Julia's Ready, the 6, Aggie's Cat, the 9, Clara Peters, the 11, Summer in Saratoga, the 12, Oso Terrible, and the 13, Traipsing. Again, that's in the featured 9th. Scratch the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut, as well as 2, Julia's Ready, 6, Aggie's Cat, 9, Clara Peters, 11, Summer in Saratoga, 12, Oso Terrible, and 13, Traipsing. Please note the 14, Quick Witted, draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch the 8, Super Sport. That's the 10th race, scratch 8, Super Sport.
Final pick 3 opportunity of this Friday card starts in race number 8, and we're 18 minutes away from race number 8 here at Keeneland. This one is a $40,000 claimer, non-winners of 2 lifetime, 7 furlongs, about 7 furlongs the distance on the main track, which remains fast. I'm going to swing for the fences here in race number 8. Feel that we have a bit of a vulnerable favorite drawn to the outside at 2-1. If Prioritizer has the sort of speed that he's possessed in his last couple of starts and in 3 of his 4 starts, he's going to be okay from the inside. We've talked ad nauseum about the inside posts in these sprint races, post 1 especially, and how tough it is to overcome them. I think that this colt has the ability to outsprint them early on, relax, and hopefully have something left in the tank going 7 furlongs. I'd ideally like it to be a little bit shorter of a race, but obviously this is what is presented to him. And with that being said, might not have as much speed as you would encounter in a 6 furlong event. So 14-1 on Prioritizer. Expected to see this kind of a price on this colt by Creative Cause. And first off, the claim for Bob Hess Jr. is another positive for me with the number 1 horse. The number 5 there is Boating Party for D&L Farms. Kelly Martinez, Armando Martinez looking for their second win on the meet. And this is a colt by Curlin that was a maiden winner at Prairie Meadows from off the pace last time out, and a quickly run race. There's some good sprinters that come out of Prairie Meadows and have through the years. In fact, a filly by the name of Miss Macy Sue, the first dam of Not This Time, as well as Liam's Map, was a stakes winner at Prairie Meadows, and we've seen horses like Benny the Bull go over there and win stakes. Now, obviously, he didn't run in a stake, but he is a very good-looking son of Curlin. Quite the markings on his hind legs, very unique on Boating Party. But if he can replicate that effort as he shows up for 40 here today, he should be okay coming on late with Armando Martinez and Kelly Martinez, again, the husband and wife team coming over from Prairie Meadows in Altoona, Iowa, 16-1, another big price. And then Backshot on the outside, 5-2 on the morning line, currently sitting at 2-1. Didn't run all that well against winners last time out at Monmouth Park. That was a quickly run race. He broke his maiden in a fast time over the slop. He's run his best races on the off track here as of late. A bit concerned with that last effort, to be honest with you, Gabby. And I said this before, I really don't know where. I don't think that you look at the Peter Miller string at Monmouth Park as being the A string versus those that would stay at Churchill or be in Southern California. So I really wonder how this horse, truly how good he is at odds of 2-1. That's why I'm willing to take a shot with these other 2 horses down to the inside.
Yeah, he's been training over the summer months and even into the fall at Monmouth Park, and that's where his last 2 races come from. I will agree with you that I think this is a vulnerable favorite. I instead go in a different direction with the second choice on the board. That is the 7 and Seek at 5-2. There's just many angles that I like here. I like the fact that he faced tougher last time out. He showed speed. He faded at 1 1/16, and now today he is cutting back to a 1-turn distance, and he still has enough speed to get himself involved early. This horse is okay. The worst thing about him is that he doesn't really like to pass horses in the late stages of the race. So when we see that in the afternoon, it might be because of 2 reasons. They don't want to pass other horses, or maybe they're just going a distance that's too long for them. So I do think that this is a horse that is just better at 1 turn, and he was gelded going into his last race. So I do think that maybe the light bulb will click, and maybe the light bulb will click on here today in his first start as a gelding, cutting back in distance to 1 turn. I think he should be able to get the right type of trip under Joe Talamo. I use the 9 Backshot cautiously. I'm not crazy about his last race, and one angle that I don't like to play is horses taking drops in class off of poor performances when they were the favorite, and that's exactly what the case is with him. He was very good 2 starts back, a winner by 3 lengths, and then they came back to protect him in an allowance optional claiming race, and now today in for that $40,000 tag out of that bad race. Now, maybe they think that this is the best spot for him to win. Maybe that last race didn't come up overly tough and it was disappointing. So it's probably the logical spot for him, but at the end of the day, I still don't know how good he is, especially on a track like this. The track is currently listed as fast, and I'm willing to go against him as the favorite at 2-1. And then finally, the number 6 Market Analysis. I think he's really interesting. He comes into this race with a bullet workout at Laurel Park, and he is a horse that will certainly certainly be closing into this race. There are a couple of horses who are stretching out to 7/8, especially even the one Prioritizer who stretches out today from the rail. He'll likely show speed. So it is a question for some of these horses, will they be most effective at 7/8? I think he's probably going to be most effective at 7/8. It's just whether or not that pace will come back to him here today. But he was a winner in his first race at 7 furlongs down at Gulfstream Park. They brought him off of the freshening last time out. Jerry O'Dwyer did. At 3/4, he closed willingly from off of the pace, and maybe the added real estate and second start off of the layoff will help him get to the winner's circle. 3-1 on the board for the 6 market analysis. I'm on the 7 and Seek at 5-2 as race 8 is coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race. 3-year-olds and up, $40,000 claiming price, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 8, Mr. Tip. Number 8, Mr. Tip. Scratched. Double pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Super High Five jackpot, $69,618. 7 furlongs over the fast main track here. Post time at 7 minutes.
.6 minutes out from race number 8. Again, the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon starts here. And Takafumi is who we're taking a look at right now for IC Racing LLC. Ignacio Correas IV, a colt by Midshipman who's trying dirt for the first time. He looks good out there. We see plenty of Midshipmans take to dirt. Obviously, the synthetic is where he broke his maiden and on turf. But I like everything that I'm seeing from this 4-year-old son of Midshipman, who ran a good race last time out at Arlington Park on the synthetic. There's a strong angle in horses off the synthetic to dirt in their next start. It's been well received and I think well proven over the years of the synthetic racing that we've had in the last decade plus. So watch out for him at odds of 12-1. The number 4 horse is Dust Devil for Steve Asmussen, a Tapiture gelding who looks well. He comes off of races at Lone Star. I think the turnoff for me, at least looking at those Lone Star races, were the prices that he went off at. 9-1 might as well be 90-1 for a Steve Asmussen trained horse with Stu Elliott here in 2020 running at Lone Star Park. So is this drop going to be enough to wake this horse up? He looks tremendous, but every single one of the Steve Asmussen runners that comes over, we say it every time, at least I feel like I do, looks so well turned out, and that is the case with this son of Tapiture here today. The number 7 horse and Seek looks very good on the track at the same time for Dale Romans. This is the horse that Gabby is so high on. 5-2 is the price that he sits at right now with Joe Talamo in the saddle. Second time gelding, cutting back to 7 furlongs. We'll see if that wakes him up. And then finally, Backshot. Nothing looked wrong with him out on the track, I'll tell you that, off of that disappointing effort. He looks ready to go for this first try at Keeneland Racecourse. He's no longer the favorite, though. He's sitting at 5-2 as the 6 has taken over the favorites role. That is Market Analysis for Double O Racing. Gets off the rail from his race at Pimlico and takes the drop down in class for Jeremiah O'Dwyer, who keeps his stock in the Mid-Atlantic. This horse has been training up at Laurel Park, so taking the ship down here. We'll see if that wakes up this son of Honor Code. Good race, 4 minutes to play it. It's race 8, Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race. They are at the post. And they're off. Prioritizer to the inside. There goes back shot from the far outside. And Seek is up close in the opening strides as well. Prioritizer moves up down toward the inside. Has the early lead as they join up onto the back stretch now. Back shot far outside. And there's And Seek, who moves up between horses now into second within a neck of the lead. Back shot backs off into third. Takafumi goes fourth up the inside. Fire Marshal Bill is fifth in between horses. Market Analysis sixth on the outside, 5 lengths from the lead. Dust Devil is in seventh position and is joined by Boating Party, who's eighth and last into the far turn, 22.95 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Prioritizer, the leader. Prioritizer leading And Seek by a half length around the far turn. Back shot is third up on the far outside, a length and a half off the leader. Then a gap of 2 more back to Takafumi. Fire Marshal Bill fifth between horses. Market Analysis goes sixth. Dust Devil is still nearly 10 lengths off the lead. Boating Party at the back as they turn for home. Back shot moving up to take a narrow lead off the far turn. Market Analysis is also coming forward as well. Back shot and Market Analysis, they go 1-2 into the final furlong. Fire Marshal Bill is third, looking toward the inside, and then Takafumi in fourth. It is back shot with the lead. Takafumi's running on up the rail. Back shot Takafumi, Fire Marshal Bill. Back shot in front. Back shot for Tyler Gaffalione to win it. Takafumi second. Fire Marshal Bill across the line in third, and Market Analysis fourth.
Well, Trainer Peter Miller had him right here today. The son of Tapiture, back shot for Phoenix Ladies Syndicate. He was wide throughout this trip, and once they straightened for home, the speed to his inside started to back off as he kicked on under Gaffalione.
Exactly. The 1 and the 7 were also forwardly placed in this race, and he had to have that wide pressing trip, but it didn't seem to matter as Tyler Gaffalione getting after him in the late stages of the race. He stays on for the victory, and a nice runner-up performance by the number 2 in here as well at a pretty decent price at 701. 9-2-3 unofficially in the 8th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 9 Backshot was first. 2 Takafumi was second. 3 Fire Marshal Bill was third. 6 Market Analysis fourth. 4 Dust Devil fifth. 92364 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the unofficial winner, number 9 Backshot, owned by Phoenix Lady Syndicate of Pamela Cordina, trained by Peter Miller. Tyler Gaffalione is the jockey. Backshot, a 3-year-old Ridgeling by Tapiture, out of Awesome Kaylee by Awesome Again, bred in Kentucky by Jenny McKinley and Others, LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.97 seconds, and the results are official for Keeneland's 8th race. 92364, the official results. Keeneland's featured 9th upcoming starts the last of the day's Earling doubles. This race remains on the turf, which is listed good. Rail at 20 feet. There will be no carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot. Scratch both the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut. Also scratch the 2, Julia's Ready. 6, Aggie's Cat. 9, Clara Peters. 11, Summer in Saratoga. 12, Oso Terrible, and 13, Traipsing. Again, scratch both the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut, as well as 2, Julia's Ready, 6, Aggie's Cat, 9, Clara Peters, 11, Summer in Saratoga, 12, Oso Terrible, and 13, Traipsing. A reminder, number 14, Quick Witted, draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch 8, Super Sport. That's the 10th and final event, scratch 8, Super Sport.
Race number 9 starts the late daily double. This is our turf race of the afternoon. Third level allowance condition, 1 mile on the good listed turf course. And you're looking right now at the heavy favorite. That is Lady Lawyer, the daughter of Blame, a Keeneland graduate from 2017 in that September sale, owned by Rabba Bloodstock. She was a winner 2 starts ago at Saratoga on good listed ground. She ran a good race to Got Stormy in the Grade 3 Ladies Sprint at Kentucky Downs in her most recent start just over a month ago. I don't have any problem with her stretching out to a mile here today. I think that she'll be suited for it. We've seen it from her when she was competing over in the UK. She won going a mile at Chelmsford at over the synthetic track back in July of 2019. I just like the way that she has run and progressed here in Kentucky since arriving. And I'm not going to hold that race against her running against one of fillies that we'll be seeing running Breeders' Cup weekend and Got Stormy in the Grade 3 at Kentucky Downs. Wish the price was a little bit better, but that's what we're being offered up here as Tyler Gaffleone looks for back-to-back on the card, this time for trainer Chad Brown. The number 5 horse, the 9 is scratched. The number 5 horse is my next selection, My Gal Betty for Eddie Keneally. I think this filly gets more pace to run at here today. That's when she's been at her best, when she has quick paces to run down. She is currently sitting at 6-1 on the tote board for Keneally. She hasn't won since a race up at Woodbine when she was going 6.5 on the turf course, but she'll cut back in distance. She comes out of a pretty slowly run race, to be fair, last time out. I would expect her to be on the scene late at 6-1 right now. That is the number 5 horse, My Gal Betty. And then Speedy Solution, the number 3, who now draws the rail with all of these scratches for trainer Wesley Ward. Here's a horse that has the distance experience, comes off of a bit of a disappointing run last time out at Kentucky Downs, but how many times have we said that this meet? But winner 2 starts ago right here at Keeneland. We'll see if the mile distance is to her liking. But this is, all in all, Gabby, a very good group. And the turf course in good shape, listed as good, even with the weather delay we had. Not all that much rain, all things considered. It was more of a weather delay based on the lightning that was in the area. Yeah, that's right, Scott. So still, the turf is listed as good. It has not been downgraded throughout the afternoon. I land on the 3, Speedy Solution. If you go back to her race here at Keeneland during the summer meet, I thought it was such a good race and such a good ride by Gerardo Corrales to be able to clear the field from post 11 of 11. He was way out there and somehow broke sharply, asked this filly to go, and she did that. She went wire to wire in that event. That race made me think that she's got a little bit more to offer here. Her race last time out at Kentucky Downs, I don't think she really handled the turf conditions that day. The question for her, too, I think in this race is she most effective at the mile? I think she is. I think she's very versatile. We've seen in the past that she's been able to close from off of the pace. She's been able to go to the lead and go gate to wire at longer distances. And she's also been able to stalk at the mile, albeit on a different surface. So she is a very versatile filly. I think wherever Gerardo Corrales wants to place her today on the rail, she'll find success. So the 3, Speedy Solution, is the pick to go against the number 4, Lady Lawyer. You have to respect the favorite in here, though. She just continues to get better. She made her stateside debut 3 starts back at Belmont Park. She closed to finish second to Clara Peters, who I thought would be probably a heavy favorite in here if she wound up staying in this race. Came back after that to win. Now, she did get out of distance to 6.5 furlongs in that ladies' turf sprint against Got Stormy, and she started to pick up the pieces late. She might have even been a little bit too far off of the pace. I think she's a filly that wants to be a bit more tactical, and that's probably why we see her stretching out in distance to 2 turns. She sometimes is just left with a lot to do at the top of the stretch. But maybe at 2 turns on the turf, she'll be able to be a little bit more forwardly placed and not have so much to do. It's the biggest question for her. Is she a sprinter or is she a 2-turn horse? Many times they're one or the other. I think Got Stormy has been a little bit of an exception. She has turned into a closing sprinter, but also a brilliant miler on the turf. But it's very unusual that we see horses be able to do both very effectively. So that is the question for the 4, Lady Lawyer. Is she better at 2 turns or is she better at 1 turn? The 14 does draw into this race, Quick-Witted for Ignacio Correas, and I definitely want to use this horse at a big price. She's 11-1 on the board right now, and she's got some back class. She was capable of running into the low 90 buyer speed figures, high 80 buyer speed figures before in the past, and
I'll be honest, it took her some time to get back to her true self, but I think her last race is a good indication that maybe she is starting to turn things around and get back to the form that she once had. She needs a quick pace. I think this shorter field might hurt her a little bit tactically, but she does get James Graham in the irons, and he's a very good turf rider and really good at positioning these horses at the right spot in order to give their best coming down the stretch. So the 14 quick-witted I will use in the mix at a big price towards the outside, but right now all eyes on the number 4, Lady Lawyer. She's your 4 to 5 favorite coming up in the feature.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, the Scartine. An allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile over the turf, listed good. Rail set at 20 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No carryover for that super high 5 jackpot. Scratch both the 1 and the 1A, High Regard and Final Cut. Also scratch the 2 Julia's Ready, the 6 Aggie's Cat, the 9 Clara Peters, the 11 Summer in Saratoga, the 12 Oso Terrible, and the 13 Traipsing. A reminder, number 14, Quick Witted, draws into the race. Post time, 6 minutes. Turf listed good.
Taking a look right now at the number 3 horse, Speedy Solution, the daughter of Real Solution, the son of Kitten's Joy, who looked fantastic coming out here for the post parade. Already a winner here at Keeneland, as Gabby pointed out in that summer meeting back in July here in 2020. We'll see what Gerardo Corrales is able to do on the turf course with this filly. He rode her to victory on that afternoon in second level allowance company as she takes the next jump up in class off of a stakes try over at Kentucky Downs. Just thought that she looked a picture when coming out here, not surprisingly, sitting at 7-2 right now, taking some action on the board. The number 10 horse, we haven't seen her in a while, Winter Sunset. This is a filly with arguably the best bloodlines in this group. She's a daughter of Tappet, who stands at Gainesway for over $200,000, at least during this filly's season. And the first dam, Winter Memories, a multiple Grade 1 winner. She was a fantastic filly, daughter of El Prado. And the second dam, Memories of Silver, was one of the greats as well of her generation, winner of the Beverly D as well as the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup. And Winter Memories, the first dam of this filly, has already produced another good 2-year-old this year by the name of Seasons, who was third in the Grade 1 Natal Mistakes at Woodbine. So we'll see what she's about. Just talking to Wayne Catalano down in the paddock, he says, you know, he really liked her 58 breeze. That was a big-time comeback breeze back at the beginning of September, and she's had 4 breezes since then. But one of the things that he mentioned, he said that she's really calmed down. He says he likes the way that she's acting because she would get revved up at times last year when she was competing at the age of two and 3, as we saw her win on debut in late season of her 2-year-old year. So Winter Sunset, the talent's there. It's just a matter of whether she's up to the task on this ground here today and taking on horses that have had recent races under their belt. And then finally, on the outside, the 14 does draw in, and she looked very well out there with Jimmy Graham in the saddle for Ignacio Correas. That's quick-witted. Second on the good listed going last time out. She was closing from an inside draw. We'll see what James Graham is able to do from this outside draw and how far back he's going to have to take her, or if he's willing to do that in order to try to save ground. It's a tough spot to be in, but James Graham excels in these turf events. Good-looking group of fillies. They'll be on the turf course here shortly as we are 3 minutes away from race number 9, the start of the late double.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's featured 9th race, the Scarteen, at 1 mile over the good turf. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Lady Lawyer. Lady Lawyer right out for the lead. Company in the form of Winter Sunset moves up quickly up on the outside. Speedy Solution gets away in third. My Gal Betty comes out running in the fourth position. Lady Lawyer, though, is the early leader. Lady Lawyer into the first turn against the rail, leads it by a length. As Winter Sunset goes second by 2.5 lengths. Speedy Solution third, outward from the rail a half length. Room at the inside for My Gal Betty, who moves up from fourth, challenging for that third position. Break of 4 more lengths back to Quick Witted, followed by Lessons from Avery, and a margin of nearly 7 more back to Complicit, whose last opening quarter went in 24.6 seconds. Lady Lawyer, the leader at the midpoint of the backstretch, in front 3/4 of a length. Winter Sunset is second by 3/4 of a length. My Gal Betty third ahead, just to the inside of Speedy Solution. Break of 2.5 more back to Quick Witted. Another length and a half back of that one. Lessons from Avery. Had a break of 3.5 back of that one to Complicit, who's last. First half mile went in 50.19 seconds. Lady Lawyer leads the field to the far turn. Winter Sunset is second. Half length separate the top two. Another length and a half. Speedy Solution is third and looking toward the outside. My Gal Betty fourth back toward the rail. Quick Witted is in fifth. Lessons from Avery. Complicit at the back. Quarter mile to come. Lady Lawyer to catch. She leads at 3/4 of a length off the turn. Winter Sunset second. My Gal Betty, then Speedy Solution, who's trying to move up now from fourth to third up on the outside. Lady Lawyer has the lead. Quick Witted is going to run late down the outside, but has to catch Lady Lawyer. My Gal Betty is third toward the inside. Here's Quick Witted coming after Lady Lawyer. Lady Lawyer with the lead, though. She responds to Gaffaleone's urging, and Lady Lawyer wins it by 3/4 of a length on the line as Gaffaleone goes back to back. Quick Witted across the line in second. My Gal Betty third.
Lady Lawyer just kept on going. The Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2017. The challenge starts to come from the 14 down the middle of the turf course, but she's able to respond again here today for her second win in the U.S. for trainer Chad Brown.
Yeah, Quick Witted came out of absolutely nowhere. This filly ran a huge race today, the 14 closing late, but the 4 Lady Lawyer just was game enough to dig back in to get the victory. That's a double on the card for jockey Tyler Gaffaleone. Congratulations to the connections, Chad Brown. The 4 Lady Lawyer gets the job done as the favorite.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth. 4 Lady Lawyer first, 14 Quick Witted second, 5 My Gal Betty was third, 3 Speedy Solution fourth, 8 Lessons from Avery fifth, 4 14 5 3 8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's featured ninth, the Scartine, the official winner. Number 4, Lady Lawyer, owned by Rabba Bloodstock LLC of Brian Thompson. The trainer is Chad Brown. Tyler Gaffaleone goes back-to-back on the card. Lady Lawyer, a 4-year-old filly by Blame, out of Profess by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Claiborne Farm. Keeneland Sales Grad gets the mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 38.67 seconds, and the results are official. 4:14.538, the official results for Keeneland's featured ninth. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming, main track listed fast. A reminder, scratch the 8 Super Sport. Again, scratch number 8 Super Sport. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $1,487.
close out this Friday card with 2-year-old maiden fillies going 6 furlongs on the fast main track. Bit of a surprise to see the Moquette filly, the Ron Moquette first-time starter on the outside, open up at 9-5. That's Maxine's Tap Room, the daughter of Bourbon Courage. One thing that we'll keep an eye on here as we move closer to post time, see if that price holds up. But I'm going to go to the number 1 horse as we take a look at the number 4, the one Devilish Wit for trainer Steve Asmussen and Winchell Thoroughbreds, a daughter of Tappet, out of the mare Devil's Humor by Distorted Humor. Now, this is a pedigree that the Asmussen operation is very familiar with because this filly is a full sister to 3 first out winners, and all of them trained by trainer Steve Asmussen. And this filly, or this mare rather, Devil's Humor, she was a winner. She's 5 for 5 with her runners. All of the 2-year-olds have won at the age of 2. You've got to respect this pedigree on Devilish Wit. In fact, she is actually favored in the pick 6 will pays here this afternoon. So it's a tough draw, but she's bred to win early. And the more that you look at these pedigrees, the more you'll find trends. And the trend is that this mare, Devil's Humor, when she's bred to tap it, she gets precocious runners. And here's the latest version of it, Devilish Wit, 2-1 right now. The number 6 horse is Foolery for Eddie Keneally, a Distorted Humor filly for owner Joe Sutton, comes in with some strong enough workouts that I think you've got to respect Foolery at 7-1. Always been a fan of the offspring of Distorted Humor, the years that he has just been so productive here in Central Kentucky. We'll see what Foolery's about. One of 2 first-time starters I'll take a look at initially. And then I'll go to the number 4 horse as my third choice at 3-1, Mucho Macho Mama for Dream Team 1 Racing Stable and Dallas Stewart. She showed something in her debut, and Dallas Stewart runners always tend to get better with racing. So at 3-1, we'll see if she can take another step forward, Gabby. But did you see this coming with the 9 Maxine's Tap Room?
Not at all.
9-5?
Not at all. But obviously we have to pay attention to it. I did use her in the top 3, but I used her third in the top 3. More on her in a minute. The 4 Mucho Macho Mama is where I ultimately land here. A second-time starter for trainer Dallas Stewart. Scott was mentioning that maiden special weight race that she comes out of. And overall, I thought it was a pretty tough race. Midnight Ballerina, she was the winner, a very live Bill Mott first-time starter. I believe she went off as the favorite. Little Stitious was the second-place finisher in there. She would come back to win a maiden special weight here at Keeneland, too. So it's been productive, and I like the fact that she showed speed in that race. Sometimes when you see first-time starters, they press, they show speed, and they fade. They ultimately come back, and I think they always have a good showing. And I think that might be the case with the 4 Mucho Macho Mama, especially because that race was at 6.5 furlongs, and she was involved in the pace. And now she cuts back to 6 furlongs. I think she should be sitting on go. The 1 Devilish Wit, the post position is all that matters here. Whether or not she has speed, I'm not so sure. Some of her workouts in the morning have been okay. No bullet drills coming out of the gate. But it is Ricardo Santana Jr., it's Steve Asmussen, and Scott was mentioning the pedigree here by Tappet is a half to Tight 10, who was second in the Grade 1 Saratoga Special. As a 2-year-old, was good at 2 just in general. So there's a lot of precocity in the female family here with the 1 Devilish Wit. But she will have to hit the ground running with that post position on the rail. The number 9, Maxine's Tap Room, I mentioned. I used her in third, and she's been working forwardly here in the morning at Keeneland. Her most recent 2 workouts have been at Keeneland. She's a 2-year-old filly by Bourbon Courage, and in fact, she's a Maryland bred. So she is, and they paid a lot of money for her, $135,000. But she's out of the mares Sunday and Malibu. And there's been a couple of runners in that family, and they've all been pretty decent sprinters. One of them in particular was Faze the Nation. She was a Maryland bred as well, and she was stakes placed in her racing career. So they've been pretty sharp. They've been quick. So we could see that from the 9 Maxine's Tap Room for trainer Ron Moquette and Joe Talamo and the irons today. Well posted to the outside, and I would definitely pay attention to how live she is on the board right now at 2-1. Riders are up. We are 11 minutes out from the 10th and final.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. The Paramount, maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 8 Super Sport. Number 8 Super Sport is a scratch. Post time coming up in just 7 minutes.
Winding down here on this Friday card, race number 10, 6 minutes to post as we start with Devilish Wit, a good-looking chestnut daughter of Tappet. She looks very forward as far as being able to win early. We'll see if she can deal with his inside draw. She's 2-1 right now in the wagering. As I pointed out to you before, she is the favorite in several of the multi-race exotics, doubles, pick six will pays, things of that nature. Just taking a look right now at her as she warms up. She has been as professional as you could possibly be, as she has been here at Keeneland. She actually started things off here at Keeneland back in March, went over to Ellis for a bit, and has continued her preparations at Churchill Downs. Again, full sister to 3 first-out winners, all trained by Steve Asmussen. I think that we'll see that trend continue here this afternoon. The number 4 horse, Mucho Macho Mama, she looked very well out there on the course at odds of 3-1. If she can build off of that experience that she has, she very well could outrun Devilish Wit, given the draw that the 1 horse has and the draw that the 4 horse has in this spot. So no changes here as far as opinion on the number 4. The number 5 horse, Goldie's Delight for Rusty Arnold. She was feeling good when she came out and got with the pony, and it looks like she's settled in right now as she gets ready for her debut. Just wanted to see how she was acting, as she was getting a little rambunctious when she first came out. Julian Leperoux with a win in each of these cards over the last couple of days. So picking up some steam here in the final few days is Julian. We'll see if Goldie's Delight can continue that at 22-1. And then we'll go to the number 9 horse, Maxine's Taproom, who continues to get played. She looks good out there, had good energy for this daughter of Bourbon Courage. 2-1 right now. She's on par with the Asmussen first-time starter. And just taking a look at her pedigree, on the female side, the first dam, she was a 2-year-old winner Sunday in Malibu. The second dam, a 2-year-old winner. She produced several 2-year-old winners. At this filly out here is a half-sister to multiple 2-year-old winners. So the pedigree is there to win early, and we'll see if it comes through here today with the good workouts that she's had for Ron Marquette, who told us earlier this afternoon when we talked about another first-time starter that he doesn't really like to crank them up all that much, but obviously word has gotten out that this filly has some talent, so you have to respect the tote board on the number 9 horse, Maxine's Tap Room. 3 minutes away from the 10th and final here this Friday afternoon at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Paramount. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Devilish Wit right out hustling for the early lead. Celestial Spin comes away in the second position. Maxine's Tap Room is third up to the far outside as they head up the backstretch. Mucho Macho Mama up close as well. In between horses toward the outside now taking second. Hindsight further back down toward the rail in fifth. Foolery is in sixth. Goldie's Delight is seventh. And General Jenny eighth and last into the far turn. The opening quarter went in 23.19 seconds. Devilish Wit, Mucho Macho Mama, Maxine's Tap Room. Those three from the rail out on even terms, contesting the lead around the far turn. Another length and a half to Foolery, fourth to the far outside. Hindsight, fifth down toward the inside. Celestial Spin is in sixth. General Jenny is seventh. Goldie's Delight last of the eight. They turn for home. Maxine's Tap Room from the outside puts ahead in front, moving off the far turn. Mucho Macho Mama second toward the inside by three. Hindsight is third into the final furlong, and Maxine's Tap Room has opened up here and leads it by three. Hindsight runs on to second around the outside of Mucho Macho Mama. Foolery is fourth, well behind Maxine's Tap Room and Joe Talamo. Maxine's Tap Room to win it. Hindsight across the line in second position. Foolery up for third. Mucho Macho Mama fourth, and Devilish Wit was fifth.
She was three wide, involved in a battle with the first-time starter for Steve Asmussen as she backs off, and then it's the full horse, the second-time starter, Mucho Macho Mama, who backs down, and she goes on with it in style. Maxine's Tap Room runs to the backing here at 3-2.
Yeah, I talked to Ramo Quet before the race, and he said he really liked this filly here today. She was training well in the morning. Well, she ran well in the afternoon as well. She gets the victory in her first start, a daughter of Bourbon Courage. Congratulations to the connections. Joe Talamo in the irons for the win in the nightcap.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. 9, Maxine's Tap Room was first. 3, Hindsight was second. 6, Foolery third. 4, Mucho Macho Mama was fourth. And 1, Devilish Wit fifth. 9-3-6-4-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the official winner of the Paramount. 9, Maxine's Tap Room, owned by William S. Sparks, trained by Ron Moquette, Joe Talamo, the jockey. Maxine's Tap Room, a 2-year-old filly by Bourbon Courage, out of Sunday in Malibu by Malibu Moon. Winner bred in Maryland by Dr. Ronald Harris Parker. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.56 seconds. The results are official. 93641, the official results for Keeneland's 10th. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover tomorrow for the Super High 5 jackpot, $3,730. Tomorrow, closing day for Keeneland's fall meeting, first post 1:05 p.m. Eastern. With the conclusion of today's races, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, we ask that you please do so at this time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.
The final Friday card of this fall meeting is in the books here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we had 10 races over the course of this afternoon. As far as the weather, it was warm to begin with. Then we had about a 30-minute weather delay with lightning in the area, and things have cooled off, but we got the races in under safe accordance here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we saw some very good performances, led by the runner in the 9th race the allowance winner of the featured race, Lady Lawyer, who kept on going on the turf course here today, which was listed as good with Tyler Gaffleone and trainer Chad Brown. There she is dashing away from that group. Tyler Gaffleone has wrapped up the jockey title here, essentially a Keeneland race course, but we've got quite a battle as far as the trainers are concerned. Steve Asmussen, Mike Maker, as well as Brad Cox, all in the mix for top honors for trainers. We've got 10 races to sort it out tomorrow. Make sure you join us on closing day for the Saturday card here at Keeneland, beginning at 1:05 Eastern Time.